Technical difficulties.
Hi, people can hear me now. Hello there and welcome to session 65 of The Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch. And with me today we have got my lovely and amazing cast. We have got Just Harry, we've got Patron of Chaos, and we've got Khadij Al Kubra. You might be seeing that we don't have our lovely Ash Howard music here with us today. That's because they're off in a sunny place, which is definitely not England, having sunny things and doing sunny things. So Ash, we'll see you when you get back. We love you dearly, and we're very jealous that you're in Australia. Cause fucking hell, man. Why, like, of all the places, why did it have to be somewhere as awesome as that? Anyway. Where was I going with that? I don't have any housekeeping to do. Not at the moment. Just suffice to say that some new things are coming to the World Tree, to our lovely World Tree quest very soon. Keep your eyes peeled. Check out our social medias because there's going to be lots of new things coming up. Other than that, I don't have anything to say, so I'm going to pass over to my wonderful players and ask my favourite question. Guys, what the fuck happened last session?
There was a lot of talking.
There was a lot of talking last session. Can we remember what we talked about?
Kiernan is arrested.
Kiernan has indeed been
Let's go.
arrested.
For doing the most spring thing, throwing hands for the sake of their friends. Even if it was
It's
against
still
orders.
treason.
Yeah, Kiernan.
Only by objective law, but laws, kingliness. Oh, we found a little more about the king. Apparently he's younger than all of us, like way younger. Came in from the Feywilds. Bunch of other little things. He's apparently needs poison. We found out from cute little talk from Sheila and Kiernan, and then we found out more because Reverie went all sneaky.
Yeah,
With a cleverly
Reverie
used
snuck
spell.
inside his room and listened in on a conversation. Reverie, pray tell, who was the conversation that he had with?
Hags!
Hags, everybody's favourite. Hags.
We
are
love
fucking
them.
great. We love Hags.
And he's
we're
also
Hags.
secretly the guy that got us out of the hag place, so we didn't die.
Yeah.
Yay!
Isn't it fun?
But only Reverie knows that, and maybe
Yeah,
she
and I'm stuck in a room with him.
like you're invisible, so maybe you can sneak out. Because you also owe Kojata and Logan a dance. Oh, we got the answer with the check yes if you do, check no if you don't with Logan and Reverie.
It's yeah, there is that. We did get the answer. Would you like to reveal what the answer was, Reverie?
They're just good friends.
They're just good buddies.
Who may have in another life been married. But not this one.
But not this one. Who knows? Who knows? Perhaps.
Speaking of good friends, I believe Eleiyon made really good friends with a lovely night woman who's gonna kill him.
Nah.
Well, it's not kill him, it's dueling for sure, but
Accidental death on the dueling field.
Eleiyon, making friends? That doesn't sound like something that
There's
happened.
definitely not.
Nope, he distinctly told someone he had a beaver plushie in his window that reminded him of her.
He did indeed. Eleiyon, can you remember who it was that you said this to?
I do not remember her name, but she's a member of the Grass Blades, or up and coming member of the
I think
Grass. She's like super.
Green Blades.
Yeah, she's super cool.
She's not
basically.
a member of
Everyone-
the Green Blades, but she is in a competition to become a newly spoken position called the Knight of the Green Blade, which is a position to be held by, you know, the big important people in in spring. Oh yes, you're definitely one of those ones. You're so impressive. Here, have a special sword. You get to call yourself a knight of the green blade. Blah blah blah. Yes, Sir Callius is the.
That was it.
Is the one that you were. The one that you mouthed off to and decided to go, do you know what? Bet. Let's do this. So Eleiyon has been entered unofficially because it was kind of a smack in the face as he was reminded that you no longer have a standing anymore.
He got a temporary one from Logan, but...
Logan did give him a temporary one.
I got a permission slip.
He got a permission slip to let him fight with the big boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, and you made friends with a griffin!
Terrifying.
I wouldn't say he's
Lucky.
made friends with a griffin, but a griffin definitely...
I got abducted by one.
It definitely
He gave him
took
a
him for
feather. She gave
joyride.
She gave him a feather.
She did give him a feather. That's very true. If anybody's ever watched The Rescuers Go Down Under.
Eleiyon and Logan
I have
are
not seen that
also
in-
on their way to becoming BFFs.
They're 100% going to be BFFs.
Yeah, they
They're
match
go-
each other in this wagon.
They're going to get like mani-pedis together and shit. It's going to be so cute.
He better at least appreciate me. I've got a crown in my face for him.
Which you still owe us an explanation for. Oh, and... Sorry, you were going to say?
No, I'm not. You carry on.
Well, I was going to say Aria got a messenger bird from her brother, which she replied to back, and he's kind of dipped into painting again, which was nice. And then she finally got to work more on her song, which I'm so glad about. And then she snuck in to where Kieran's being kept and kind of asked him for some advice about how do you not be like your shitty parents. And it was a really nice interaction between the two of them. It was really nice.
It was very pleasant. There was a really, really nice little kind of interaction there.
Yeah,
you
and
remember
he gave
where-
her some.
Sorry, he gave her what? Sorry.
He gave her some advice about like realizing, oh shit, I kind of have. I'm a little smitten with a certain space prince, and now I'm just gonna have to, along with Sweet Potato, find a way to get back in contact with him. So that was fun awkwardness too.
Definitely sounds like you are. Can we remember where we left off?
We all were congregating back to the party, the official start, and then Logan was about to make a speech.
Okay, so I remember most of you were there. Reverie, did you get out of the king's
Nope.
court? I didn't think
Nope,
you did.
you left me stuck in the room.
That's what I was like.
But
I
you're still
think you're
invisible.
mostly right.
You're still invisible. You could sneak out.
I'm still invisible.
The mislead spell is still active.
Hooray.
And that is where we're gonna pick up from. Inside the king's quarters. Now, Reverie, I'd like to start off by asking you to make me, as this portal's been open and as this, not portal, sorry, as this mirror has been, showing an actual true representation, I'd like you, if you could, to roll me an investigation check. Before you tell me what you roll, I will ask this. Do you creep closer to get a better look?
I was muted. I would like to stay. If someone's looking in the mirror from the other side, I want to stay out of its sight.
Okay,
But yes,
so
I
you're
will creep
staying
closer.
out- okay, so you're going to stay out of the line of sight of the mirror, but you'll move closer on like an angle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, cool. So in that case, I will give you advantage.
Advantage.
Was that a good ha 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 ha, or was it a bad?
So
And we're
I rolled a natural 1 and a natural 20.
Well, with advantage, that means you got a nat 20. What you're going to see, what's the total of that for you, if you don't mind me asking?
25.
25? My word. That's the most powerful card in all of Duel Monsters.
What can I say?
What can I say? I got some real good peepers.
I like that joke, Bran. I like that one a lot.
It's the most powerful card in all. So I've just, for those of you that don't, I'm going to make a lot of these jokes. I just came from the UK Games Expo in Birmingham. It was phenomenal, and there was a load of trading card game stuff going on there. And I don't know how many times I heard like, Karibo, that's the most powerful card in all of Duel Monsters. So
Listen,
good,
part of being a nerd is referencing a bunch of shit. That's just the fun of it.
It's the most powerful card in Duel Monsters POV every 4 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I totally don't have magic cards sitting under my screen right now.
I'm gonna tap.
Are they laid face down before you end your turn?
I'm gonna tap 1 blue mana so that I can play this trap card, and then I'm gonna evolve my Blue Eyes White Dragon into Greymon.
Oh my
Oh man.
I just made so many trading card geeks angry. Anyway, I only play Magic, so apparently I don't count as a trading card game player. I just like to stand and do this to a lot of people. Anyway,
Collect them because the pictures are pretty.
some of the Magic artwork is really nice. Also, anything that exists in Magic the Gathering technically exists in D&D. So, what that
Sometimes when you like want to name something, you can just flip through your magic cards.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Where was I? Ah yes, your investigation check. So you got a total of 25 on that one, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, the closer you get, it's honestly, it starts to feel like being back in that Hags hut. Like the closer you get to this mirror, the air becomes heavy. Breathing is it's almost like breathing in moisture from the air. It's got a very stale taste. I don't know if you've ever been through like, you know, a moor or a boggy swampland or something. But you know when you breathe in and it's that very stale tasting moist kind of breath? The air around it feels like that. You can smell the sense of the rotted and decaying herbs that hung in that hag's hut that you were in. And you can see in the mirror the silhouettes of 3 figures. 3 figures standing, having this conversation. And obviously one of them is closer and their arm is actually extended out of the mirror. Now, Reverie, you just remind me, you were not born, what's the polite way to ask this? Reverie was an adult in the Feywild before coming over to this new world, right? Okay, yep. So what I'm going to ask you, Reverie, based on that investigation check, I'm going to give you the chance on this. Now, I'm going to say, if you don't mind me asking, what is your modifier for Arcana?
My Arcana modifier is a +1.
A +1. Okay, so it's going to be quite difficult for you to make this, but possible. Alright? Just not probable, but possible. So I'm going to need you to roll me an Arcana check here to see if you can discern what you're looking at.
I don't think a 14 will do it, right?
14 will not be enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
You can see things about this hag and like, you know, like the totems and such that hang from the wrist and that pallid grey skin colour, which in the light of the hag's hut when you were there, you know, her skin looked like it was a kind of mottled green and brown, but now that you see here, it could have just been the way the light was cast. This looks like a very grey and almost blotchy grey and dark blue skin. You know, like if you would get like grey paper and blow bubbles of blue ink at it, and the way it would burst, it would leave those ringlets of blue that would seep into the grey. It's like that. And you get a very heavy scent the closer you get. This one is different from the hag's hut that you can remember. This scent is almost herbal perfume, but with that very, very grim and stingy bite of like body odour behind it. It's like, wearing a little bit of aftershave or cologne or whatnot smells quite pleasant. But if you, instead of bathing, if you have body odour and you put aftershave or perfume or whatever over it, it almost makes it worse. Because it's like you can smell the perfume, but then you get that horrible bite of the odour. It's like that. As you get closer, you can see that the totems hanging from the wrist are made up of teeth. But you can't discern anything else specifically about this. However, with the teeth totems being seen, I will give you... Oh wait, no, sorry, I won't, never mind. I'm lying to myself here. What would you like to do from there, Reverie? Is there anything you would like to do? Any other checks that you would like to make here?
No, I'm gonna let their conversation finish playing out and creep away. There's a bathroom to this place, I'm assuming. To this room.
There is a wash closet here, yes.
Is the door open?
No, it is not.
Right. Is a window open?
There is a window open, yes.
Is the door cracked?
The door to here or the door to the bathroom?
The door to the bathroom.
No, it is closed.
Okay. Okay. I am going to... Does the window lead to like a balcony, or is it just a straight drop?
This one leads out onto a very, very small balcony, not a wraparound.
Okay. Is there a balcony underneath of that balcony?
Quite a ways down, but yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull out a piece of paper. I'm going to write something. And then I'm going to drop from the balcony and aim for the balcony below.
Okay, so you're going to jump off this balcony and aim for the balcony below.
Yeah.
Okay. So instead of going out of the door onto this balcony, you go out the opened window. I'm going to say give me a stealth check on that one with advantage, purely for the squeezing out through it. Do you jostle the window in any way, shape or form? But give me it with advantage.
Oh, that would be a straight roll. So.
Oh, okay. So straight
that
roll.
Was, yeah, a 19.
19. Let me roll checks. You said a 19 in total, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. The king doesn't react. The hand that is almost affectionately stroking his chin doesn't react. But you do hear a voice from beyond the mirror go, "Are you with anyone there?" As you're getting out and you kind of hear none of them react and you go, "Okay," and it's your foot slips just a little bit as you push yourself up, and it's that kind of very slight of like your foot scuffing across the wood, very, very slight, but with that, one of them does get just on a 19, so they do just barely hear you, at which point you see the king turn and kind of look around. Can you make me an insight check, please, Reverie?
Yup. My special skill. Insight.
It's my specialty.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. On a dirty 20, as his eyes scan over, he does a fairly, arches his neck, looks around. His eyes linger on your position for just a little bit longer than any other thing that he looks at. And then there's a brief kind of his eyes widen a little bit. He's seen you. Somehow he knows you're there. But then he goes, "No, there's no one here." Then turns back.
Okay.
But at this point,
Well,
you get out onto the balcony now after that point. He's kind of covered on that one. You get out onto the balcony, and you're going to jump down.
Yep, I'm gonna leave that little paper with the writing on the windowsill, so that way, a breeze maybe rolls it in like it was a paper airplane.
Okay, cool. Got
And
you.
then I'm gonna ski-daddle onto that balcony.
So you're on the balcony, and are you jumping over the edge to get down to the one below it?
Unless I can climb, but yeah.
There's no way to climb down it.
Yep, then I'm diving.
Okie dokie. So one, I'm going to need you to make me an acrobatics check. And that's going to be you jumping and aiming for the edge. To try and get onto that balcony. There will be nothing that saves the damage for you. You're going to take the damage of the fall.
That's fine. 13.
13? Sorry, I need one more d6. There we go. Okay, cool. It's not quite as bad as I say it's not quite as bad as I anticipated. It's definitely not the highest I could roll. You jump, and on a meets it beats it Reverie, you manage to just grab onto the edge of this other balcony. But as you jumped, you realise the reason it's so okay, I just got it, is because you misjudged the distance. And as you grab on and it lurches your body after it, you jumped and fell 50 feet. So on 5d6s, because for every 10 feet you fall, you take 1d6 of damage. You're going to take 21 points of damage as you grab on to this balcony, but the weight of you grabbing and the kinetic energy, just almost like you feel your shoulders click as your arms are yanked at your sockets. Can you make me a strength saving throw on that one, please?
Yup.
Just after 50 feet, I just need a wee quick check just to see if you do pop anything. Oh, what did you get?
Another nat 1.
A nat
Well,
1.
hang on. We know that she's strong enough to carry Koljaza for a couple
Yes,
hours.
but she's also just jumped 50 feet and fell it and then grabbed on. Okay, so
I'll be fine.
I'm going to say you're strong enough to hold on, but there's a pop with that. So I'm not going to be mean and make you take the max for the fall damage on that strength save. I'll just call it a D8 on a nat 1. That'll be 8 plus. Oh fuck! I rolled an 8. You're going to take an additional 16 as you feel your shoulder dislocate from the fall. You're still able to hold on, but it's one of those ones you get your arm up and you pull yourself up, but it's like so you get your left arm up and you're able to kind of grip on with your elbow over the edge and your arm on, and then it's like and you throw your other arm up, and it's like you've got to bite to not scream.
Mm-hmm.
You eventually can get yourself up and onto this balcony, but your arm is your shoulder is dislocated out. You're now on a balcony on some random person's bedroom.
That's fine. I'm gonna walk in their room.
Okay, you open up the door, step in, your arm hanging limp. The room is pristine. It's like another guest quarter that just hasn't been used.
Cool. I'm gonna walk out. Is there like a guard nearby?
So, you know that you're in the royal wing for guests. So chances are there's a guard stationed outside the room.
Okay. I'm gonna stay invisible and just walk a little ways away
Okay.
and then make myself uninvisible and come back and just go, I'm so sorry to bother you. Could you just hold this? And she kind of points at her arm.
They kind of like, oh, it's not a bother. Lords above, what happened to your arm?
Oh, I fell. It's okay. Can you just hold it for a second?
Do you need a healer? I can go get a healer if you need one.
No, I'll be okay. I just need you to hold it for like maybe 15 seconds.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Are you sure you don't want me to go and get like a professional or something?
No, I'm a professional.
Right, okay. And he just kind of very gingerly takes a hold of your arm.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to really grip it.
Oh, alright. Is this like one of those tremor things? It's, because of the pain, and he kind of tightens his grip on it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna throw my shoulder back into place.
Make me a medicine check on that one.
$26.
So you just like, it's like, yeah, something like that. And it's that horrible... Have you guys ever heard like a shoulder being put back and it's like a crunchy pop? Oh my god, I'm actually getting a bit like shaky, like thinking of the sense, because I hate it.
It's so much easier to dislocate than relocate a shoulder.
I've dislocated my shoulder
ways.
and I've had it popped back in, and it's not the pain, it's the sound and the sensation of it going back in, which is horrific. Do you know what? I'm gonna make this guard roll a con save. He's actually alright. The moment that kind of crunchy kind of like of it popping back, at that very, very soft pop, it's almost like a cork coming out of a bottle. You do watch him like very visibly pale, and he gets very clammy all of a sudden. He's like, I can't believe you just did that.
Honey, I'm a fairy with my wings ripped off. Really, just throw a stomach and just walk away.
So you pop it back in, rolling it out a little bit just to test it. Yeah.
I am
Absolute
heading
badass moment.
straight for Kiernan.
You're heading straight for Kiernan.
Yep, when I get close to the spring thing, I'm gonna go invisible again.
Okay, cool. While you're heading there, I'm going to go to Eleiyon and to Aria. Okay, now obviously Síla is with you at this point, but what we're going to say is that Síla gets called off on some kind of, recognises somebody, that kind of thing. And you guys are there as Logon makes this speech beginning the event. And the speech starts very much in the same way of he's honoured to be able to stand here and to as the next ruler alongside, and at this point he is joined by Kojata to be they're talking about their unity and coming together, bringing together two proud and noble families to lead Autumn forward. And that this is a show of what Autumn is capable of, and that no enemy will yada yada yada, all that kind of thing. And then he's going to say, with that, I would like to welcome one of our guests, a fairly recent guest here, to come and say a few words on behalf of our allies in this recent invasion. And he kind of gestures to the side where you guys would see the king of the Springlands step onto the stage. And he's fairly soft-spoken. And he says, I am truly pleased that we could be of assistance to the people of the Autumnlands. It is not often that we leave the borders of our forest home since we have reclaimed it. But we do see the reality of aiding our neighbours whenever such aid can be given. In spring, we value the sanctity of life and the ever-moving circle that it revolves in. And we would like to play our part within that circle. And if that means that we help Autumn in their time of need, well then, so be it. But for now, we will help rebuild in what ways we can before we depart. Tonight we join with you to celebrate the survival of the proud city of Russet Falls. And then he smiles, turns and shakes Logon's hand, and they do the whole kind of politician thing where they're just away from the microphone and before Logon turns back to this slate which has a rune carved on it, which is like thaumaturgy, it amplifies his voice, and he speaks and says, "With that being done, I'll let the celebrations begin." And suddenly music starts to play inside this lovely, lovely ballroom that you guys are standing in. Talk starts to fill the air and dancing starts. With that being said, Aria and Eleiyon, what would you guys like to do while you're here?
Do I see Koljata anywhere? Or like, where's she gone, kind of?
Koljata's on the stage with Logon.
Okay, well, there's still... Is it like in an official kind of way? Or is it like just like, oh, I'm just here casually and then still being a part of the party kind of thing? Or is it like she's kind of doing her...
She's like wrapping up a conversation there, and she's talking to officials and such, and doing, I guess, what you would call her queenly duty.
Okay, then I'll wait till she's done with that and seek her out later. And then I guess I'll just turn to Eleiyon and be like, wanna dance? I tried your style of dancing before. Wanna give mine a try? You said a bannerman's job is to make sure people remember what they're fighting for. This is me being a bannerman. Plus, I get the feeling you could use some fun. What have you got to lose?
I'm conflicted, Aria. But
Look, if you really don't want to, you don't have to. But the offer's there. Seems like the dance is going to be going for a while, so... I just thought it'd be fun to hang out with my friends still. She was off doing her courtly gossips, and Reverie, I'm not really sure where she is, but probably resting. Probably catch up later, so...
Probably sleeping.
Yeah, she definitely deserves it.
Reverie, so lazy,
Longest
man.
Day...
Just...
Longest day ever.
I mean no offense when I say this, but I am used to dances being for intimate reasons. And for you, I don't want to dig a grave. I don't want to explore intimate reasons with everybody.
Ouch, but fair. But, that's not the only kind of dancing. There's all kinds. There's intimate, there's folk dancing, there's barn-raising dancing, there's dancing just for the sheer sake of, no one's watching, just to feel your body and for the sheer sake of feeling the air in your lungs. Watch, I'll show you. And then Aria will kind of, move, not, totally into the, getting lost in the crowd, but just, kind of move a little way just so she has space and just start kind of like doing that dancing where like you don't, it's not proper, and you're just kind of like just vibing with the music, just however she wants, like very like Rapunzel during like the exploring of the city kind of like dancing, just like
right, cool. Okay, cool. I like it.
Just
Eleiyon,
come on, it's fun.
yeah, forgive me for not wanting to do that. That seems very improper.
Does it look like anyone cares about being proper here?
I care. This is
Why? Who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to impress here?
So on
Come
that
on, let
that
loose a little.
on that note, Aria, I do want you to make me a perception check around you.
Oh, perception. Okay.
Considering the fact that
I'm decent at
nobody's
those.
asked what kind of dancing they do in autumn.
yeah, exactly. It's for the assassin that they've hidden on the roof.
That's and on my new Fey dice too, that's a nat 20 plus 12.
Nat 20 plus 12 on a perception. Aria, they do some old school medieval group dances in autumn. So while you're sitting doing this, flowing about by yourself, people are like lining up, getting ready to do like a marigold and shit like that. Like they're getting ready to do like one of those, like what they did in the Witcher when they were like when Ciri went and danced at her grandmother's ball. Like yeah, they're getting ready to do some of that shit, and you're just like in this corner of the dance floor vibing, which is completely on brand. Like while they're getting ready to do official dance, and Aria's just in the corner.
Aria's just
flailing her
Rapunzel
arms.
dancing.
Woo.
It's like da 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 da.
So yeah, you suddenly are aware that people are looking at you like, we're getting ready to do official court dances here.
I think you have enough enthusiasm for the both of us. I'll sit this one out.
Fair enough, but you really should give it a try. Sometimes it's fun to not be so proper all the time.
It looks really fun, but yeah, no.
It
Alright,
looks
fair
really
enough.
fun, said with all of the understanding of fun that somebody who enjoys chess has just spoken with.
Well, it's an open invitation.
So while Aria is going and dancing, then Eleiyon, what are you going to be doing?
You know what? This is not my area of expertise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do what Síla does. I'm going to look for gossip.
Okay, how do I amend these roles for Eleiyon? Okay, do you know what? Eleiyon, are you listening for big gossip or small gossip?
Oh, always big.
Always
No,
big.
there's no time for small.
Okay, going hard or going home, cool.
Exactly.
I tell you what,
That's what he said.
for Eleiyon, can you roll me a D100?
100. 58.
58. Okay. You overhear one of the soldiers from Spring talking with a courtier from the Autumn Corps, and they're discussing the situation in summer. One of them is speaking a rumor that they've heard, saying that summer has agents infiltrated in all of the courts who are disguised to look like members of the courts, but like high-ranking members of the courts. Like people that we think are long-standing members of the courts could just be summer like sleeper agents basically. And the other one is bragging about how Summer is, and this is something I will give you actually, this is something that you'll know. Summer is apparently, in order to find some kind of aid, they're sending out they're sending out a notice for flame bearers, people who go out to try and find, things that can be used in moments of dire need by Summer. Flame bearers often go to try and convince exceptionally powerful otherworldly beings or archfey or even kings and such from other nations to give aid in times of need. You would recognise this title of a flame bearer because it was a title that your father held, and on one of the last excursions that he had was when he
Okay.
But bear in mind, this is just gossip.
Okay. Okay. So they're recruiting more.
It seems to be that they are now reaching out to... So flame bearers are always members of 1, military, 2, nobility.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is always like the elite of the elite that go to do this thing. So they are. Apparently, they've heard from a friend of theirs in Summer that the noble families are being courted. That the flame speakers are being called. And to anybody else, nobody would have a fucking clue what that means. They start to then talk about how they think it's like a deep cover kind of unit, behind enemy lines kind of activity, but you know different. You know exactly what that means. It means that Summer knows that the Sons First are putting an oppressive chokehold, and they are desperately looking for a way out of it.
Cool.
Is there anything you want to do with those rumours, Eleiyon?
No, I don't think there is anything I can do. There's not. I'm not magically gifted like these three. I can't just ring up my mates and be like, "Hey, yo, this thing happening right now." So I will put whoever I heard this off of, I will put my 2 cents in, and just be like, as a man who knows, the flame bearers are actually political assassins, or at least that's what I was told. That assassinate workhorses.
Make me a deception check with advantage.
$21. You know, like really, really, like general steeds, flying mounts.
As you say that, the courtier from Autumn almost immediately kind of like clicks their finger at you and goes, "Do you know, I've heard that myself, I have. I heard that, they don't just target, horses and your typical cavalry. I've heard they've even taken down carrier pigeons and, messenger birds."
Yeah, they shoot them with firebolts. That's why they're called flame bearers.
That's what I've heard as well, lots of flames.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
You have no fucking clue what you're talking about, do you?
I am. See here, you. I am well connected within the upper echelons of the courts of Autumn, and I've heard from reliable sources.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that they're fucking whiffling. They are.
The thing I just made up to tease you is true.
See, I was aware that you were making it up. I was about to turn around on you, I was.
Were you? Yeah. Were you?
You can... What's your passive insight on that one?
15? I was going to say terrible, but I'm not that stupid.
15, no, that's a meets it beats it on it, to be honest with you. Yeah, their bottle's cracking right here. They are floundering for a reason as to why they would still have why they would still have like a standing place in this conversation right now.
Sir, I'm simply trying to cause entertainment because I'm terribly bored. I apologise that it had to be you.
You know, it's entirely uncouth and uncivilized of you to be to be utilizing another person's information as a means of amusement. But I wouldn't expect much from a commoner.
Would you like to take this outside?
Is that a challenge? And you can see he's doing that whole, I'm a noble, are you daring to challenge me to a duel?
If you want, I can go get my friends to referee and I'll point to Logon. Should we go ask them?
As you point, all Logon sees is you pointing and just kind of like... And you just see that this courtier kind of look and then the eyes wide and go... Perhaps I was mistaken, and what I heard was not quite what I vocalized.
It is very uncouth. I do apologise, but don't threaten me again.
I apologise, my lord. It was not.
Oh, I am a commoner. You can stop that. Anyway, enjoy your drinks.
There's something immensely fun about seeing a noble being put in their place.
I didn't even mean to do that. It's just, if you're going to bandwagon on my lies.
I honestly love when Eleiyon, like, gives, like, stuffy nobles, like, just so much slag and a run for their money. That is so fun.
Eleiyon giving me attitude? No. Eleiyon giving anyone else attitude?
Especially pompous jerks, elitist jerks who deserve it. Fuck yes.
I love it as well. Could turn around and be like, listen, I am a member of the nobility by blood, so like fuck up, you dick. But instead he's just like, I'm a fucking commoner, shut up. Like,
I'll send them a round of drinks. I'll just find something ridiculously cheap.
I love how you've just done that and then you're just basically like, here, gotta just like send them 2 pints at 10.
Also because I have to approach Logon and kind of side talk and be like, I've just ordered a bunch of drinks of people I don't like. I don't have any money, so I'm passing you the bill. By the way, they're going to be really cheap, so don't worry about it.
Logon's going to look at you and go, who did you arrange for the drinks for? I mean, also, it's like this is like a courtier's banquet right here, so like, you don't pay for drinks?
Well, some dude over there told me I needed to pay for the bottle, so I paid for the bottle, but I forwarded it to your room.
Alright, that's absolutely fine. Who did you buy drinks for?
I just point.
Oh, that's Lord Elmwood, that is.
Douchebag.
He's a right prick.
So I lied to him and he got really upset about it. Total prick.
You're very good at making friends here, aren't you, Eleiyon?
I don't like making friends. I prefer to just, I don't know.
Gather friends by osmosis.
We're not friends. Don't get any ideas.
Oh, definitely not. I'm just paying for your drinks.
That are apparently free. Fuck this season.
I'm apparently about... I'm about to become like the ruler of this place. To me, everything's free.
Right, no need to rub it in.
He's going to turn and he's going to smile at you and go, you want to know what it's like for everything to be free?
Sure.
Lord Eleiyon, I absolutely could not accept such charity, but I tell you what, how about you inform all these lords right here about all your amazing combat stories and tales of the battle? And then he's just going to like look at you and go, enjoy, and he just walks away. and immediately you are flocked by nobles who are like, on the front lines where you, and they just want to hear stories, but they just keep pushing drink at you.
I can just imagine Aria as she's spinning all around the room, seeing this, like, and just like mouthing, "Have fun."
See, there's like a split second where I hate that he's beaten me, and then I realize I've got a lot of rich people's attention, and I just start bathing in it.
Okay, so are you telling them stories like about the fight and about the battle?
Oh yeah, but like, when we fought like all these undead, that I'm gonna embellish all the numbers. I single-handedly rode in on a 12 Griffin team. I'm actually bestowed my powers from the God of Light.
He says, well covered in black and grey.
Yeah.
I thought it was like there were some oranges thrown in there.
I was also the first ever noble family of summer ever.
I love how he's saying that, and there's like Aria is literally a member of the first noble summer. Eleiyon,
dancing like.
Give me a performance check. You've had Logon introduce you. They're eating it up. They're on. And do you know what? Just give me the performance check. What you got for me?
12.
12. Right, cool. Let's see. Okie dokie. And you love to see that ending. Okay. These nobles are fucking eating it up. They are in about this. They are in about this like Pavarotti in a pie shop, man. Like, they are all over this shit. They are like, you're talking about like, these undead, and this four-armed undead troll made from the remains of 5 Goliaths and 2 bugbears. They're just like, oh, I say, what a fucking thrilling escapade, and they eat all into it, and yet by the end of it, you've got that, like, you could say anything at this point, and they would believe you. You've got them wound into this.
Also, I don't know, one last thing, I don't know if you were aware, but I've just been appointed, hence why the Lord. I'm actually the royal treasurer for Autumn, so if you have any gifts, please send them to my room so I can organize them.
Okay. That one is going to be a deception check. I wouldn't have let you roll it before, but because I've said that they're eating it up, I'm going to let you make the roll. Make me the deception check. Go for it.
7.
7? Right, cool. I'm going to roll their insights. So first one, second, third,
Terrible.
Fourth.
I want to be mad, but it's a bunch of snobby rich nobles, so it's just like, bravo.
Yeah, but I'm also stealing from Logon and Kolja as well.
Only one of them doesn't buy it.
Nice.
The highest roll out of the 6 rolls I made there was a 9.
Let's go.
So only one of this group doesn't buy it. And kind of just like, but like, because the rest of them like, oh, I said, congratulate, well done there on being made, well done on your new position there. But they don't want to say it out loud, so just like, I've already posted mine, so it'll be arriving fairly soon. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were about to be appointed. And then they make a point of like, speaking of which, I'm gonna go and have a wander. Excuse me, and then they kind of depart. But the other group of them there, they just start like, oh, well, this was going towards a gift, but I'll hand it to them for the treasury. And they just start handing you gold. We're gonna go.
Good, because I have 0.
11 times that. And so there's a. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's incorrect. It would be 11 times this. Okay. Now I have to do math in my head. Eleiyon, you end up being given 495 gold.
Happy days.
I'm going to leave you there, Eleiyon.
Yes.
And I'm going to jump to Aria. Now, Aria, as Eleiyon, as you're dancing amongst these people, eventually the music kind of dwindles down into just like kind of like background music. It's very, very, very formatted here. You know, when they dance to certain songs and they do certain dances. Everything else is, you know, background chamber music, that kind of thing. And lots of nobility around here, lots of people wandering in and out of the hall. Like, everything is open up at this point. Like, you can go outside, you can venture into areas of the palace. What would Aria like to do at this point?
At this point, much as I wanted to hang out with my friends, this is clearly like the fancy schmancy, rigid, stiff-collared kind of party that she hates. So, I know that from what Reverie told me about autumn festivals, that most common people of autumn likes to know how to really party. So she'd want to go. Well, she wanted to go eventually go there, and especially because she has like a performance in mind she wants to do. But first, before I leave, I'm gonna seek out Kojata because I want to ask her something.
Okay. Yep, you can easily find Kojata. Kojata at this point is just standing, kind of talking with, you know, a handful of kind of like a combination of just nobles and courtiers, as well as some soldiers from Spring. Yeah, what would you like to say to Kojata?
Congratulations, Prima Kojata.
She kind of turns and smiles like, oh, thank you for that, Aria. Like, how are you enjoying the festivities?
Well, I'm appreciating the festivities, but to be honest, this isn't exactly my kind of way of having fun. A little too stiff-collared for my liking.
All right.
That's not to say I'm ungrateful I'm just.
You want to go and
I
dance.
ran away from
you want to go and join the celebrations outside.
Basically, yes. But before I did, I was hoping to ask for a little bit of a. Well, it's not really a favor. I like to collect patches from my travels and experiences and memories, and this is going to sound like an odd request, but I was wondering if I could possibly have a scrap of fabric from something of yours, Lady Kojata.
I mean, yeah, of course, but I don't really have anything I can give you a scrap of fabric from right now.
Well, maybe later I could come seek you out, give you another reason to kind of get out of here if this is not to your liking as well. Give you a little break from the courtly duties. But I really wanted to get something from you in particular because, well, you were the one who showed me how to stop running away. Taught me that sometimes you've got to stand your ground and fight for things. And that's the memory of Russet Falls I want to carry with me wherever I go.
Well, I'm flattered to you say that. If you stop by my quarters in the morning, I'll make sure that something's aside for you.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. In return, do you mind if I ask you a question?
By all means, I'm an open book.
Your friend Reverie.
Mm-hmm.
Has she mentioned anything about, like, you know, people that she likes to be around, or hobbies, or, you know, anything like that?
Well, honestly, Reverie just seems to like people in general. She's not as outgoing about it as I am, but I think as long as you're just a nice, good person, then she likes you, as far as I could tell. As far as things that she likes, I know she likes festivals, and she especially loves flowers.
Right. Not a lot of flowers grow around here.
May I ask why?
Well, I mean, I don't...
If it's not too personal, I just was curious, so maybe I can help.
Honestly, I think she's really pretty.
She is pretty.
I think that she's really pretty, and I would like to engage in that prettiness.
You see her start to get blushy. Ah, I see. Honestly?
You're right there. You've got
Very good taste in character.
You've got awful red-faced.
Yeah, I'm just, certain levels of that give me the squick, but when it comes to feelings aspect, like romance, like the things you read about in ballads with the tenderness and affection, that I recently realized I do quite like. Realize I have feelings like that for someone else, although they're a lot harder to reach. Yeah. Here, how about this? And Aria, because she always takes her violin with her, will take it out of her case, and I'm gonna play a tune that's like, what would be a flowery kind of song?
Flower of Scotland.
There you go. I'll play Flower of Scotland, and I'll use Performance of Creation to create. Because I know Reverie, and I know she wears like flowers in her hair. Would I have like recognized what kind of flowers they were, or at least like got the mental image of them?
I guess I would say roll me a nature check.
Okay. Nature. Okay, I'm okay at those. Not great. That's a 5 + 2.
I'd say that's 7. You can probably recognise what they look like, but you don't know what they are. Also, I would say maybe don't play Flower of Scotland. It's got absolutely nothing to do with flowers.
Oh, okay. Let me think. I know what I'll play. I'll play Mother Rose by Patti Smith.
Okay.
And I will create. You know what? I'm just gonna go with a bouquet of wildflowers with Performance of Creation, and I will pass them to Kojan and say, "Give it these. I'm sure she'll love them."
Kojata will very gingerly take this bouquet of flowers and be like, "So they don't do anything. I just hand them to her, and that's it, yeah."
Mm-hmm. You might want to find her within 3 hours. They do only last that long, magic-wise, but I'm sure she'll appreciate the gesture either way. I mean, honestly, Reverie, if you show her kindness, she'll appreciate it. I think she's just that kind of person because that's who she is. She's pretty wonderful that way.
Right, well, I'll go try and find her now. And she's going to look at the guards and go, "This one's got free access to move in and out as she wants, alright?" And the guards just kind of nod like, "Yes, Primarch, yes, Primarch." So you can go in and out of the castle. And Kajata's going to go wander off and try and find Reverie. On that note, I'm going to come back to Reverie and then we're going to go for our break, okay? So, Reverie, you popped your shoulder back into place and you're wandering back to the hall. Is that where you're going, or are you going somewhere else?
I was running for Kieran.
Okay, so on your way down, you've got to go down.
Sorry, real quick amendment. Now they last 4 hours, not 3.
So as you're going down and you're about to go through the main, you have to go through the hall to get to the main gates to go outside and venture through the city and blah blah blah. So as you go down, you are going to see, like, you know, like full ball, all like, I mean, I say ball, it's more like a banquet and people milling about and stuff. In full swing, you can see Eleiyon standing just with like a pile of like bags of gold. Just like holding on to these like bags of gold. You can see Aria handing flowers to Kojata and then like waving and heading off. What would you like to do here, Reverie?
Yep, I'm gonna... Who's closer, Aria or Eleiyon?
Eleiyon, definitely.
Probably are. Really? Wouldn't he be on the stage and already be closer to the exit?
Yeah, but Reverie's just came into the hall. You're on your way out of the hall.
Oh, okay. I got the positionings reversed.
Okay. I'm gonna grab him by the back of his neck and just start pulling him into a secret corner.
Eleiyon standing, giving a whole yeah. And when we flew in on these griffins, which were on fire, by the way, there was just yanked away by the scruff of the neck. Which is amazing that you could reach.
I jumped.
Oh, awesome. Cool. Yeah. So, Eleiyon, I'm going to say if you're carrying 11 bags of gold, can't really do much about it.
Yeah. Ow!
Don't be a baby.
I thought we established you don't like me. Why have you dragged me off to make out in the corner?
What?
Is it because I have money now?
What?
I told everyone I was the county's royal treasurer, and they keep handing me things.
Right, you realize my childhood best friend is now the Primarch of the Autumn, right?
And he did also say he was trying to give me free stuff, and this is definitely classified as free stuff.
Right. That is not the issue at hand.
Anyway, why are you groping me?
If I was groping you, you wouldn't be questioned. Anyway, we have an issue. A big issue. Big issue. Do you remember when Spring went to sleep and there were the hags, and then we woke them up, and then we had that guy that helped us get out?
No.
That was right before you, actually. So that happened. Listen to me. I'm gonna, her invisible hands grip both sides of Elliot's face very intensely. The King of Spring is working with the Hags. This
Okay.
is whispered. They have a plan to, attack here with the presents.
With the presents?
Yes, the
What
wedding
presents?
presents.
The ones I just told everyone to send to my room?
I could kiss you on the mouth right now. I have to go save my friend from execution
Hold
by Hags.
on. Don't throw offers out there and don't back them up. You either say psych, or we rain check.
This is not the time.
Pick one. I cast Zone of Truth. Pick one. It's one action. I can do that. Pick one. Paladin spells, bitch.
Okay. I kiss him on the mouth and then I take off.
Sweet!
I had to roll a dice for that one.
That scream I just grabbed!
So,
Good shit!
there is-
It's a good shit!
there is the smooching after a Zone of Truth. So just to clarify that, because usually there is a saving throw in that. Reverie, are you willingly failing?
Reverie always willingly fails Zone of Truth. She doesn't really lie intentionally.
I love this. I love this so much. Zone of Truth gets dropped and Reverie just goes, I bet.
I ain't kissing you back or anything. I'm just wanting to see if you do it.
She's already gone.
Oh, that's almost worse than her going nah. That's almost worse.
Aria,
Okay.
I don't really like you to dance. Reverie, kiss me!
So, Reverie, you're going to Eleiyn's quarters.
No,
Yeah,
I'm going
this
to
is
Kieran.
progressing really fast.
Oh, right, okay, sorry. So I thought that because he said, I told him to just sit in my room and you were like, okay, I could kiss you. And I thought you were going up to his quarters to see if things had been sent there. Okay, you're leaving to go to Kiernan, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. On that note, we're going to take our break because things have changed now.
Oh my fucking god.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after we have our 15-minute interval. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Hi there, folks. Sorry we're a wee bit late. We get distracted and lost track of time because we were talking about food. Coincidentally, settle an argument, folks. Where is the best pizza? Okay? Where? Doesn't matter where you are in the world. Where's the best pizza? Because I'm standing by this and saying, it's fucking Italy, right?
I honestly will give you that.
Apparently the best pizza in the world comes from Philadelphia. Quite frankly, I'm skeptical.
I didn't say Philly.
Philadelphia.
What did you say?
I said New Jersey was voted best in the world.
Okay,
as of like 2021.
I've went from skeptical to in complete denial.
For me,
No.
hey, for me, Jersey pizza is a very close second to Italian pizza, like Italy pizza.
Nah, it's got to be Peckham.
Mate,
Where's
the
Peckham?
only thing that comes out of Peckham that's better than anyone else in the world is the hepatitis. Like, anyway,
That and North Face coats.
For me.
Burberry caps. Where was I going with that? I was going somewhere. That was it. What I'm going to do is I want to start with Reverie going outside and heading to Kernoon. Then I'm going to come to Aria joining the celebrations outside everyone else. Then I'm going to come to Eleiyon and see where Eleiyon goes and what he's going to do from here, right? So Reverie. You make your way to the spring camp. Okay? Skeletal staff here. Alright, very, very few people. You turn on your invisibility again as you approach, yeah?
I never turned it off.
Oh, you've just been
Since
invisible
I
the
ran
entire
through the
time.
party, I haven't turned it off.
Awesome, fantastic. So you approach the camp then. This you know, it looks like a spring camp. It's very how would I describe? Very basic, very natural fixtures. A lot of things have been grown rather than being like, you know, carried and set up. You can see the tent where Kernoon is being kept. You can tell because it's the only one that has constant guards outside of it, and they don't really hide it. You can also see, you know, the post inside the centre of it, and you can see Kernoon is chained to it. You can walk right in. It's, you know, you're invisible.
Okay. Since I'm not casting a spell, once I walk in, do either one of the guards have the keys to the chains?
Yeah.
Okay. Once I'm in, can I whisper and ask the spirit in my lantern to grab the chains? Or to grab the key?
Yeah, you can. I'll need to make a stealth check for it. Okay. The lantern kind of like creaks on. And this little... And the keys go inside the lantern.
Okay. I'm gonna approach behind Kiernan.
Mm-hmm.
Reach my hand back for the key, like to my lantern for the key.
Okay.
And just start whispering, you know, hey.
Kernoon like sits up a little bit and is like, hello?
I have a lot to tell you and not a lot of time.
I don't know who you are.
It's
But if you're like a spirit that's here to, you know, try and coax me into anything, I'll have you know that my friends are really dangerous.
I'm gonna creep around and drop my invisibility so Kieran can see me.
And as you're curious, and my girlfriend's even. Oh, Reverie, hi, how you doing?
Hi.
What?
This is very important. We don't have a lot of time, and I have a lot to tell you.
Is everything okay?
No. Do you remember when we fought the Hags in spring, and the horned guy let us out?
Yeah, vaguely. Why?
He is your king.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The king.
The king.
Yes.
Is that horned guy?
Yes.
But he doesn't have horns, Reverie.
Because he's using a magic disguise.
So the king's using a magic disguise to hide his horns. But he's also got antlers. Does he?
He's using a magic disguise to make his horns appear as antlers.
Okay. Why?
Reverie's gonna lean so that way she's whispering directly, like, in his ear. Go. He is working for the Hags. She's gonna describe, like, everything that she saw. She's doing this super fast. Mm-hmm. Like that hand that she saw.
Reverie, there has to be an explanation. He wouldn't do that. He's an honourable. Like, he's never lied. Like, you know.
Kiernan, we're Fae. We can weave words without the need to lie.
I don't really know what to say.
I don't think he's all bad. But I am not risking your life on that.
He's working for Faye, but he's not all bad. I don't understand.
Sometimes people do things that aren't good because they feel they have to.
And you think he's one of them?
Yes. But I'm not willing to bet your life on it. So, what I'm going to do is that we are going to get out of here.
Reverie,
I'm going to take you to Eleiyn's room.
I can't do that, Reverie. I gave my word.
Do what?
I gave my word that I would face the consequences to my actions.
And you can face the consequences to your actions. Or your king a just ruler of spring and not alive. The people believe him to uphold the honorable truths of spring, do they not?
From what he has told us, yes. He said he'll do that.
And do you think the son of a hag who's not born in spring, who doesn't understand those honorable ways, can do that justly?
I don't know. I'm not a king. All I know is that if it's true what you're saying, and he is one of them sorts, then if I go back on my word, I'm just as bad as him.
Sometimes going back on your word saves a lot of people.
And sometimes keeping your word shows people that even if it does end in the worst of ways, that honor means something. I only just got my name back to meaning something, Reverie. I can't throw it back in the dirt now.
I think this is a stupid mistake.
I'm a Willowwind. It's an occupational hazard.
And I think you're wrong.
I probably am. But my dad went back on his word. My ma went back on hers. I have to be the one that does something different. I have to be the one that shows that giving your word means something.
Right. If that's how you want to do this, I won't fight you on that.
I need to show the people of Spring that I don't regret what I did. Because I don't. I think the people of Spring need to see somebody stand up and say that we should be helping. That we shouldn't have had to do that. I shouldn't have had to have been put in that position. We should have already been making our way. They need to see me stand and say that, where I can't be accused of lying or mixing words.
Reverie's gonna reach out and like put her hand very friendly on Kiernan's shoulder. You may not have a crown, Kiernan, but I think you have more honor and integrity and the soul of the king.
From outside the tent, Reverie, you're going to hear someone go, I agree.
Who is who?
One of the guards.
Oh, okay.
Kiernan doesn't talk very. He doesn't do good at quiet. Also, one of the guards has shown to be quite friendly to Kiernan, so you feel a presence come and kind of kneel down at your side, but they're not paying attention to you. They're looking at Kiernan, and they're like, "We've already said several times that what you did was the right thing. Look, I can take care of this one." And he kind of gestures to his cohort, who is, kind of standing, leaning against their spear, and kind of like, that kind of like half napping as you stand. He's like, I can take care of this one. Then all you have to do is knock me out, and you're gone. And then I'll get the lads that are on your side, and we'll meet you, and we'll take back Spring. And Kiernan's like, whoa, like I'm not leading no revolution or nothing like that. I'm not gunning for someone's crown. I'm not somebody that gets put in charge. I'm the fella that throws the axe and cuts down trees. I'm that guy. Anything you'd like to add to that, Reverie, before I go on to the next part?
Reverie's just gonna kind of give the guy next to her a look that was like, that's very left field from what I was trying to get him to do. And then just look at Kiernan and go, I was more going to ask you to come hide in the room where the gifts are and get the hag gift and find it, so that way things could be brought to light. But I guess that is an option too.
The guard's gonna look at you, Reverend Blake. There's a hag. There.
Very big hag problem, and it's connected to Spring, which is why I'm here for Kieran.
And and you want him to go to where the hag is.
I just want him to find the hag connected item. Kieran is a bloodhound for hags.
He's gonna look at Kieran and be like, "Never told me you can smell hags." And Kieran's like, "I don't know, sometimes you just kind of get a feeling. I don't know why it happens, it just happens." And then the guard will go, he'll turn and look at you, Reverend, and go, "I can take care of my colleague out there, and then you need to, knock me out."
I can punch really hard.
Oh, we can punch hard enough. Springlanders, we have hard heads.
I'm aware. Looks at Kieran.
And he's going to go to his belt to take his keys, and okay, we might have a problem.
Sorry, I kind of hold on the keys.
Absolutely, no issue. He takes the keys, and he goes to put the keys into Kieran's hands, into the lock, and Kieran kind of moves the thing away, and it's like, is nobody even taking my feelings on this into consideration or nothing?
Kieran, if you want to, nobody has to know. You can come back, you can face your trial. But I'm not going to let you die while someone stands on a pillar of lies with your executioner's axe.
But he said that execution would be taken off the table. The most likely thing would be exile.
And what's guaranteeing that you'd safely get from your exile to here?
He gave me his word. Kieran will his head will dip and he'll sigh, and then he'll go, "Give me it straight, Reverie. Do you really think there's a genuine danger? Do you really think that this is worth putting everything on the line, risking it all?"
I do. I think that it's not just danger for autumn, I think it's danger for spring. I think with everything that's going on with summer, we need to stand together as friends and as soldiers. And I don't think we can do that with darker things leading the way.
As you say that, the guard is going to put a hand on Kiernan's wrist and say, "You might not think you are. And maybe you being king isn't what's going to happen. But right now we need you to be a leader. Because we don't have one of those." Reverie, can you roll me a persuasion check based on what the guard has just said there? I will give you advantage on it.
I am so good with words. Dirty 20.
Kiernan is silent, looking at looking you in the eyes, real hard, intense look, for about 10 seconds. before he lifts up his wrist to the guard and lets him put the key in. After the manacles drop, Kiernan kind of slowly gets to his feet and he's like, so I guess we head back.
Yes.
You know that if this is wrong, execution will probably be back on the table, right?
I know.
Okay. And then he puts his hand out. And he just stands there fairly awkwardly for like 10 seconds. Before you start to hear that whistling noise. And then there's just a ripping noise as his axe right through the fabric of the tent and back into his hand. He's like, I have no idea where he left this.
In something's head, most likely.
As you say that, there's like a patch of like gore on the blade, and he's like, ugh. And he slings it back onto his back, and he goes, right, I don't have my armor or anything like that.
We'll get you sorted, but first I just want to get you in that room with Eleiyon.
Okay.
To find those gifts.
The other guard kind of walks out over to the entrance to the tent, looks around, takes the edge of his spear, and just rattles it off the other guard's temple. Crumples like a bag of potatoes. And then he's going to turn, snap his spear in half, stick it in the ground, take off his helmet, roll it about in the ground a bit, and then he's going to turn and he'll look at Kiernan and go, good luck, I hope it goes well. And then he's going to look at you, Reverie, and go, just, try not to knock any of me teeth out, alright? Only good thing about me is me smile.
Thankfully, I am mostly a doctor. I'm really sorry about this, as I punch him in the face.
Okay. And you hook him. Make me an unarmed attack with advantage. He's standing still and letting you hit him.
$23.
23 is definitely going to hit him. Roll me your damage. Just to see what he takes before he bites the dust.
2.
2? Cool. You smack him in the jaw, it crumples down, leaving the entrance open for you guys to escape out of.
Oh, I dislocated my arm earlier trying to get out of the king's room, and I used my dislocated and then relocated arm, and it hurt real bad. Anyway, I'm going to make you invisible.
Right, okay, I'm not even going to ask.
I'm going to make you invisible, and then I'm going to make myself invisible, and then we're going to go.
Okay, sounds grand. So you make him invisible?
Yep.
Okay.
We're invisible buddies.
Invisible buddies. Okay, so you make him invisible, and you start to make your way back to Russet Falls.
Yep.
Okay.
On the way, I'm going to give him the down low on everything he's missed with Reverie and Eleiyon. From, like, the beginning to the end. Since everyone else came to Kiernan for relationship problems, now it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. While you're making your way back, we're going to go to Aria. Now, Aria, you are out in the middle of this big celebration in the streets. Still quite battle damaged streets, but happy streets of Russet Falls. It is lively here. The sounds that you can hear here are like the music is a lot earthier, and people are milling about in the streets and just, generally chatting to each other. It's less of a party and more of like honestly, it feels a bit more like a festival than anything else.
Like a block party.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So you step out into it and people are just walking around, with carafes of wine, small kegs under their arms filled with a standard autumn beverage, which is something quite along the lines of like a distilled alcohol, something along the lines of like maybe like a vodka, like a distilled spirit made from like vegetable, from fermented vegetable, and then distilled. Actually, it's probably closer to like a gin, but like
none of this means anything to me, Bran. I don't drink. Remember.
Then what about with alcohol? I just thought I'd give you the kind of vague ideas.
I appreciate it, but also it's lost on me. So. I want to appreciate it to its full.
What's Aria doing while she's out in amongst all this?
Well, this is definitely more Aria's speed. I think as she's like wandering around, she has an idea in mind to like there's one particular kind of performance she wants to give. It's like one of those things where it's like for other people to uplift them, but also partially for herself. But like as she's looking for a place that would be kind of like good to like set up and like kind of perform, she's like taking like a little drink like here for a little liquid courage, seeing if there's any food she can snag. Any sign of sweet potatoes by any chance or no?
Nope. Also, question: has Aria ever drank before?
She's Fae, so I imagine, especially if she grew up in the court, she's drinking a little, and also like I imagine she would like have like mulled wine and spiced cookies over tea with her aunt a lot, so and just like chat and stuff, but nothing like she doesn't really hard drink. She drinks like to get a little more bubbly, but.
All right, okay, cool, got you. What's your Constitution modifier?
Oh, that's +1.
+1. Okay. So generally, what I like to do is, unless the character has like an avid history of like drinking, or if they, as long as they're like not teetotal, and as long as they're not like raging benders every weekend, I follow the rule of anytime you drink, you can have a number of drinks equal to your con modifier before you have to start making con saves to not be showing signs of drunkenness. So Aria's had her one drink.
Yeah.
If you drink any more than this, you got to start making con saves to not start getting drunk.
Yeah,
okay?
I think she's going to say that for after she performs, but not before. She would never...
Okay.
She's a professional. She takes her performances seriously.
So you have this one drink, it gives you a little bout of courage. You find a location for you to set up to get ready to play. And I'll let you take the description from there.
Alrighty, so she's going to place a hand over her heart real quick and kind of just give like a silent prayer to the greater hand to help her make this a performance that not only uplifts and connects people, but also in a way, like, again, when you make art more for yourself in that instance, helps her let go and sets her free. And then she's going to tap out a rhythm like... And she's going to use minor illusion to keep that going, that heartbeat rhythm. And then she's going to start playing her tune, which, because I know you're a Lindsey Sterling fan too, is going to sound like Song of the Caged Bird. And as she's playing, she goes into like that first verse, thinking about that kind of like free-spiritedness, but also longing. And she thinks about like it's got a touch of like the loneliness she felt growing up and that desire to be free. And then as she goes into the second verse, or rather the chorus rather, I'm going to cast, hold up, I wrote a list of how to do the spell slots. At level 3, she's going to cast one major image. And you see her going to like that, da-da-da-da-da. And as she's playing and she starts dancing around, as she moves, her shadow elongates and starts to look behind her, almost like the silhouette of a bird cage. Like, even though she is moving about and dancing, it's almost like the cage is still following her. And there's that freedom of it, but it's still like something stuck. And then she goes into the second verse, and she casts, So
just
no,
so
wait,
I've
hang
got,
on.
just so I've got it right. So the first spell that you cast was Minor Illusion.
Yeah, that's cantrip.
Okay, cool.
And then
you
Major
cast
Image.
Major Image, fantastic. Thank
At
you.
level 3, and that shadow follows her around throughout the second verse and the second chorus. And she's getting more animated, but the shadow is still there, still visible and dancing. But then she casts, when she gets into the bridge, this is where she kind of puts in that sorrow and that fear and that longing and especially the loneliness and feeling of trapped. That it's like almost like when you start to face when the hurt of your past, how much it really affected you. And she casts, and the first major image will dispel, and I'll use level 4 to cast another major image, which will start to show that birdcage silhouette becomes less of a shadow and more almost like a golden cage around her. And even though it's big and she has space to move, she is still trapped, and she is moving less, and she's rigid, and she pours all of the fear and loneliness and that feeling of being isolated and trapped that she felt growing up, that she's run away from this whole time. But then when it gets into that first round of the final chorus part, it's like her eyes will kind of get that steely, tough look, like that determination and that fire, and she kind of stomps her to the ground and casts another major image at 4th level. And this time 4 illusions will pop out kind of around her outside of the cage. One will look like a giant owl, but instead of having that typical kind of owl colors, it will have mustard yellow feathers with distinctly very red kind of legs and talons and sharp, intelligent eyes. And then another one will be a elk, but it will have almost greenish kind of fur, and then its antlers will be a very distinct, for anyone who knows their party and who is from spring, a very distinct bright red kind of color. And then the other one, the third one, will be in the form of a giant wolf with this silver and white fur and these bright blue eyes. And then in the center of its forehead will be almost a stamped pattern of a 5-petaled flower. And then the 4th one will be of this giant bear, but it will have a gradient kind of ombre of from almost like a wildfire, from yellow to orange to red to black. And then as she is dancing, it's almost like she's fighting and using her boots, she activates her wing boots to hop around and get in the air a bit, but she's still mostly grounded, but she's using kicks and spins and almost breakdance kind of swirls to as she spins down. And with each of her movements, each of the animals will kind of knock into the cage with its claws, or scratch at it with its talons, or bite at it with its fangs, or buck at it with its horns. And there's more and more cracks. And then as that major image dispels and she comes to the tail end of that part of the last verse, she'll kind of start doing a spin, almost like pirouettes kind of thing. And the magic illusion kind of dissipates into the color of her magic, that violet gold fleck, into almost fairy dust. And then as it gets into the last of the verse, this is when the image of the golden cage shatters, and she kind of spins herself and kicks up into the air. And the dusting of the magic from the 4 animals will burst out behind her into these giant, almost angel-like, bright violet with gold-tipped, dusted wings. And now she is it's just pure, unbridled freedom and joy as she dances in the air and kicks and hip hops and plies and does these releves and just bend backs. And even at certain points, she's almost doing spins and then backflips as she's playing the violin and dancing on the air with this unbridled freedom and joy. And then when it all is over and the song dissipates, she lands on the ground in her last pose. All the illusions disappear, and the wings one is going to be cast at 1 level 5th spell. Sorry, I forgot to cast that for the major image. And then when she's done with the song, she is huffing, she's probably sweaty, but she has this bright, beaming smile and just feels happy and proud and free.
I'm not even going to ask for a performance check. Like, that's astounding. As you enact this phenomenal performance, people begin to hone in on it. They start to gather and watch. Not only that, musicians that are playing start to hear and then start to follow. And when you end this, and there's this sudden upheaval of like applauding and, you know, people chanting and like you know the joy that spread through the audience with this performance as they start to kind of dwindle off, it carries off into the city.
She'll just give a little bow and be like, Aria Dunstar, child of the world and songbird of Atuma, thank you very much. And just give like a bow. She's just standing tall and proud.
The people of Autumn, their morale has definitely been lifted an intense amount due to your performance. It's at that point, Aria, there's like a little thing, a sensation in the center of, not like the center of your chest, like I'm doing that as like a general kind of like it's more like it's like the center of your being. Something just clicks. Something feels right. And I extend you this option here. Now, as we've discussed a few times, you can take any number of levels as you want into cleric. But you have to take them off of bard first. So I know we've talked over a few times about which domain you're going to take. Do you have a decision?
I think after the stuff we've discussed and kind of the route she wants to go and what she finds holds sacred in a sense, and especially now with her kind of viewing music and performing as an act of worship and why, I think I'm going to go with the peace domain.
Okay. So that sensation, that feeling you have at the center of your being, it feels like a comfortably warm, open hand. And it's like a part of you just clicks that, you know what, this is how it should be. This is what you're meant to do. So you can take I believe everybody is level
10 right now?
10 right now. Yes, 10. So you could go all from bard to cleric if you want to, mix and match it however you wish, but you can take minimum 1, maximum 10 levels in cleric. You have to give up the bard levels though. That's the thing to bear in mind. Okay?
Okay.
But yeah, you may now consider yourself a cleric of the domain of peace. And for the sake of having one, the deity that you can pray to would be the greater hand. And I'll leave Aria there.
Yeah. I think the rest of the time she's just going to party and
just watching these people turn and walk away, talking about your performance, smiling, generally seeming, and amongst all this destruction, in chaos, seeing people genuinely smile. That's the takeaway for Aria here. And I go back to Eleiyon. Now, Eleiyon, you're still inside after having just been kissed by Reverie.
It's a dare. It is what it is.
Right. So what's Eleionn's next port of call here?
Is the party, well, is the celebration transitioning to being out in the public, or is it like two separate things?
It's two separate celebrations. This one's very much we now have political guests, so we have to do the political thing.
I'm gonna go find Logon again really quick.
Okay. Logon can be found rather easily, standing with a flagon in one hand, looking very merry.
You okay there, buddy?
Is that I'm having a rare time? I am. How did the nobles like your stories?
It's alright. Got about 450 gold for my performance.
Oh, somebody's doing all right by themselves.
Well, yeah, it's coming out of your pockets.
Well.
I have a question for you.
I potentially have an answer.
How long have you been here?
Well, Russet Falls.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, now I think on it. About 2 years now.
Done a bit of wandering? It's in the scenery?
Fair bit, aye.
Where's the best view for solitude?
Oh, right, okay, what you're gonna want to do is... Right, you know where your room is?
Yeah.
Right. Climb up onto the roof from there. Then you'll see where the roof meets the little bit of like the top of the mountain. Because we're built into a side of a mountain, right? The roof will just gently overlap into the mountain, okay? Hop from the roof onto the mountain, climb up to the very, very top peak. It'll take you about another 10 minutes. Best view.
Okay. You enjoy yourself.
Eleiyon?
Hmm.
Did I see right, or did Reverie kiss you a minute ago?
I think you've had a little too much to drink, friend.
Do you know, I thought that because she was definitely giving Kojata the goo-goo eyes earlier on, and after the conversation about whether we were going to get together or not, I figured she only had one other person on her mind, but I thought it'd be as much as that.
Do remember she doesn't trust me, so why would she kiss me? That doesn't make any sense.
Listen, right, I've known Reverie a long time, and I'll tell you this much, I will. Reverie takes a while to trust anybody. But if she didn't trust you, she wouldn't be around you. I don't think it's so much that Reverie doesn't trust you. I think it's more that there's trepidations based on, past, collisions of things and such. And,
Betrayals?
Well, I wouldn't put that heavy a word on it. Betrayals is a bit heavy-handed. Let's say... misplacing of trust. But, well, if Reverie didn't trust you or didn't want you around, well, quite frankly, you wouldn't be around. I mean this in the nicest way. Like, you and Kernun are both big, strong lads. I think Reverie and Aria and Síla could probably kill the pair of you without blinking. Is it just me or are they all a bit terrifying sometimes?
Yeah, but I've beaten each of them one-on-one, so I like my chances.
Yeah, but Síla can turn into a T-Rex, apparently. Have you ever fought a T-Rex?
I have a way with animals.
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I. It sounds pretty creepy now I've
mean,
said it.
like, I'm all for an open mind and that, but you've never...
Can I tell you a secret?
If it's that kind of secret, I really don't want to hear it.
I've never.
All right,
Period.
okay, because I mean, like, you can never tell with some folk, you know. Sometimes they're a bit weird in that.
Yeah, I'd say that's more of an autumn thing.
I like the joke. That's a niche joke right there, my friend Harry. That's a very niche joke. And he goes, right, okay. Just, you know, the way the conversation was going, it sounded like that's what you were talking about. But right, well, I mean... The point is, I don't imagine that Reverie would be hidden about it. You know, if she didn't like you, she didn't like... Are you sure she didn't kiss you? Because I'm fairly sure I saw it.
I'm positive.
That's a deception check.
$18.
18. Ooh. He only got 17 on that one. I've got to be fair. Roll it with disadvantage. He's in a bit to drink. Okay. With only a 17 in total, 16 plus 1 was the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he believes you and he goes, right, okay, I think I better stop drinking then, if I'm honest. Like, apparently I've had too much. I've only had 3 drinks. Usually I can go a fair number before I start feeling the effects. But oh well.
I don't know. It's a very important night. You don't have to. Go wild. You've got a big, strong lass to take you home.
Oh, you don't know, do you?
Hmm?
Oh, me and Kojata, we're not, you know...
But you're getting married.
It's like a marriage of, like, you know, political convenience.
Oh, okay. But it doesn't mean she can't carry you to bed.
I'm equipped with things that Kojata doesn't, you know...
She prefers the sheath, not the sword.
I mean, it's a fairly crude way of putting it, but
That's fine. I'm just saying, doesn't mean she can't help you return to your chambers.
I suppose that's actually fair, that. I mean, like, you know...
You're good friends.
Reverie was carrying her around for a good, like, 4 or 5 hours. Like, you know, she could carry me upstairs. You know what? You're right. I will have a drink. And he grabs just a little tankard just off of, like a passerby. He's like... I mean, I'm the ruler of this place now. I can do as I like.
Mm-hmm.
Eleiyon, you have yourself a good night. Okay?
I plan to. Also, if anyone asks where I am, tell them anywhere but here. But where you've told me to go.
Okay.
Okay?
The way he's held that is anytime
I was
somebody
gonna say.
ask where you are, he's just going to go anywhere but here.
Repeat back to me what I've just told you.
If anybody asks where you are, tell them anywhere but here.
Good enough.
Cracking. And then you're going off to this big mountain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you make your way back up to your room. Onto the balcony, and you can just about reach the kind of lip of the roof to pull yourself up. I'll call it an athletics check with advantage in order to kind
If you'll allow me,
okay,
I was
cool.
going to use the dragon wing scimitars to just fly. And
Fucking
just...
easy. Hell yeah. Yeah. So you get up and you draw the scimitars, place them point down so that they activate the wing, and you're able to fly. So you can fly yourself right up to the top of this mountain, and the view that you see is phenomenal. It's like, and I mean this in no small manner, it's Pride Rock-esque. Like, you can see the entire red flatland expanse of the Autumn Lands.
Damn.
You can see the mesas out to the direction you're looking is you would be looking to the south. So you can see these mesas being kissed by the dwindling light of sunset. You can see the canyon valley of where you guys had to run through away from the basilisks. You can see the all the places that you've been before. You can see the path you took. You can see the forested part of that mountain region that borders here to what you know to be the Summerlands. You can see everything from here. You can see all the way across, further to the west, to where you can just make out the ocean kissing the coastline. And you can make out again from this position directly to the east. You can just about on the horizon make out the green, verdant canopy that you know forms that forested country of spring. You've got a pretty phenomenal view from here.
I'm gonna take the armor off,
Okay.
place it down in front of me, and then stick the scimitars in the ground.
Okay.
A lot of change, big man. A lot of change. Okay. And just meditate and have some me time.
As you meditate, can you roll me a D100 in this moment of pure peace? Which, before you tell me what you rolled, this being a moment of complete and total peace, I imagine that's probably, if not a first, definitely a rarity for Eleiyon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one thing I want to explore here is, as much as Eleiyon is currently an oathbreaker, one of the most horrific things you could be in the eyes of paladins, this is also the first time that your soul has not been fought over or being gripped by someone else. You are completely alone right now. And I don't mean that in a sense of like, oh, you should be alone. I mean, like, for once, Eleiyon doesn't have an extra dimensional person looming over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
How does Eleiyon feel about that?
Terrified. Because even if it's negative, it's the comfort zone.
Okay. What was your roll on the D100?
60.
As you do that, and I realise that in character we haven't really touched on a part of your backstory that you've wrote, which is the link to Eleionn's link to his father, and that great thing that he went off and did and was never seen again. So in this moment of peace, those memories now have, not, I wouldn't say permission, but they have that space to come back. You don't have the constant, oh, I've got this message from this guy, or I've got this mission to do. You now have the ability and the peace for them to come in. And you think back on the times that, the start of your training when your father was, the part of it. When you look at the day you were told, like, he's not coming back. And remind me, was Eleiyon told what it was that apparently how his father met his end?
No.
Just so I know that I'm going on the right vibes here. I just wanted to double check on that part. And you remember that at that point the Summer King kind of stepped in and took. It was like very much like the way I picture it. Like in the Matilda movie, and it's like when she's sitting on the swing and then you just see the hand on the shoulder. I imagine it very similar to that, like, Eleiyon standing, like, what's the next step, and then just that, the Summer King's hand, and that being present. And on the roll of a 60, an image is just going to appear in your mind, like the briefest of flashes. A rocky floor. A skull with a helmet on it. What you recognise to be a helmet of an incredibly high-ranking member of Summer military standing. And a positively gargantuan scaled claw. But like the claw's like this next to it, and then the claw just like that flexes just a little bit. Eleiyon, you know enough from, travelling with this group that what you were looking at there was definitely a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do with that?
Were there any additional details? Anything that is memorable on maybe the helmet or the scales?
I'll give you this. One, I'll give you these two things. One, the scales are gold. Glittering gold. Two, the helmet is pristine condition. The skull, charred. Like horrifically burned.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that helps. Okay. I'm gonna try and keep hold of it for as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it fades, just... I can't have 5 minutes peace. Just think on it. Stay up here.
Okay. As you think on it, and I will say, I'm going to say that's just based purely on the fact of where you are, the position Eleijon's in, and what you've got in front of you. It's like, the way I picture it is like when you drive out into the Scottish Highlands, you can't help but just stand there and look at it sometimes, and smile at it. So as much as Eleiyon has just done, I can't even have 5 minutes apiece. Once the image is out your mind, you do find yourself just sitting there, smiling. Mm-hmm. The sight of what you're looking at here. You can certainly have the thought in your mind about like what could this mean, but a view like this has an effect on someone. And I'd say maybe not the greatest moment, maybe not the balm that Eleiyon needs, but there is a moment of peace here. A moment where, for once, you're not a soldier, you're not a servant, you're not a lackey. You're just Eleiyon. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to do before we wrap today's session? Reverie.
Reverie was giving Kiernan the complete down low on her relationship woes.
Okay, sorry, I thought that was just like a pat. I didn't realise that was something you wanted to RP. By all means, go ahead.
So then, by the way, I'm still pretty mad at him. Like, extremely mad at him. And Logan. But I just haven't had time to get into that. And then, today, I come to get you after I find out everything with the hag and the toothed wrist hand that was touching that guy's face. And I run into Eleiyon because I had to run through the party. I'm invisible, by the way, because I am not party dressed. And I give him the down low. And he's like, oh, well, that's good because I put all the gifts in my room. And I was like, just, saying things. I could kiss you on the mouth right now because that's just 30 layers of stress off of this whole operation. And then he's like, then do it. So I did it, and then I ran away because I was more than scared.
Right, so let me get this straight. The guy that you kind of had a thing for like the longest of times, you now no longer have a thing for. You guys are just like, really close friends. He's now getting married to somebody who has no attraction to him, but is all up in you. And you are in a real deep hatred for Eleiyon right now, but you still willingly went out of your way to kiss him.
Yep. We did also, you missed the part where he said we were going on dates. And then, then he sold out Logan and put everyone in danger, which is why I'm mad at him. But yes.
Kiernan's gonna kind of stop when you do the whole thing of like, you sold out Logan, that's why I'm mad at him. And Kiernan's gonna, before we go into your relationship woes, do you get what he's done? Like, I saw him from the battlefield. Like, I do you understand what he's done for you guys?
I haven't had much time to think on it.
Me and him have a similarity. How we fight. Our belief in something led us to take an oath. And we keep that oath. It's the major part of what we do. I took mine back when I started, running around with Síla and Aria. And at the time there was another person called Magnolia there. And, she talked to me at one point about spring and home. And then there was this other fella called Shep, who you should really meet at some point if you ever get the chance to. And he talked to me and he was saying about how sometimes it's not about having someone to fight for, it's about having a place to fight for. And so I gave my word that as long as there was a tree in the Springlands, I'd fight for it. And since then, that's what I've done. And that oath, it gives us power. It gives us the ability to keep the oath. To break that is to not sever your soul or anything like that. It's even worse. It's like you mark your soul permanently. There's always a piece of you that is tainted because you broke that oath. Whether for good or bad, you put yourself in a place of pure darkness. You made that choice. So Eleijon's done that. And part of me has to think that if somebody's taken that much of a step, he must have had a pretty serious reason for doing it. Because this isn't like, you know, that weird summer guy that he used to serve took his power off him. No. Nobody can take my oath from me. Only I can do it. I have to willingly do that. So, from what I heard of the battle, he didn't go throwing around none of those blasts that he used to do. So I don't think the Summer King's holding his hand anymore. And judging based on what I also heard about the effect he has on people who stand too close to him, I think that he gave up a hell of a lot to try and prove that he's on your side. Be mad at him, definitely. He did do wrong. Did wrong because he was kind of forced to do it.
Reverie takes a deep breath. I'm aware that some things for him have changed. But I don't find trust comes as easily as it used to. And I found over the past couple 100 years, my tank of just unrelenting forgiveness has emptied. Plus, we even haven't had a chance to talk about it for me to just yell at him and then have it be over. Everything has just kind of been back to back.
I get that. And I do think that you do need to have that talk with him. Especially if you're going to go around kissing him again.
Her face is like violet. It's so red.
Look, in all honesty, I love you to bits, Rev. I do. And I want you to be happy. If going around kissing him is going to make you happy, then do it. But, like, he's in a place I can't even begin to think of. I mean, when I did this and I discovered, you know, what I am, I kind of looked into folk who had done that before. There's not many who come out of it the same way. There's not many that come out of it, period. Right now, he needs friends. Whether he wants to admit it or not. And when you lot found out about my family history, there was no distrust there. I know you have ran out of forgiveness. But I hope you haven't ran out of trust.
Not yet, I think. Or I wouldn't be simply trying to expose the king. I would have just dealt with it, I think, in the... Plus, we do owe him a favor. Eleiyon is just very confusing.
That does sound about right.
He lies as much, if not more, than what he says what he means, so I am confused all the time.
Well, I certainly can't help you on that one. I don't understand lying. I don't see the need for it.
Unless, you know, we're dealing with giants?
I see that less as a lie and more of a just not saying everything that had to be said. What is it they call it? An omission of truth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well... I guess I'm gonna have to make time for me and him just...
There's also one other thing you have to think about.
Which is...
If you hook up with Kojata, you'll technically be a princess consort, or of sorts. I don't know what they'd call it.
But then it's kind of weird because there's a lot of people that think that me and Logan were married, and then Logan is now marrying Kojata, and then I'm hooking up with Kojata on the side.
I say you just do the three-way marriage thing. Just go for it.
I don't know if I want that. I also don't want to be the Primarch at all.
So you don't. You take the title, but you let them do all the thing. You just do the... You become, what is it, a diplomatic envoy.
Yeah, because me negotiating for your release when you got arrested was super diplomatic as well.
A moment ago, you were nearly trying to put a crown on my head, and you think that is a better outcome than you apparently ruling a country?
I wasn't trying to put a crown on your head, Kieran. I just said you have the soul of a king, a true king, which you do. And I believe that. And clearly, so do other people.
Yeah, but you'd still be better.
I don't think so.
You've got the brain of somebody who's good to be in charge. You also care about people. Apparently, from what I've been told, if you're going to be the leader of some people, you should be able to care about them.
Maybe. But I don't think that's for me. Though I did have a vision of all of this, and she kind of waves around. And it was my hands, and I knew it was my hands because of the ring, and I was like holding a crown. And I think it was saying about the whole fight and all of this and everything.
Maybe I'll be calling you Queen Reverie at some point.
Oh, maybe I'll be calling you King Kiernan.
That's not gonna happen.
Reverie gives a very dramatic bow right as they enter, like Elian's room with the gifts.
Because you've brought it up, I would like you to Make me a history check, Reverie.
A history check?
Mm-hmm.
That is a 19.
So, when that vision was given to you, Reverie, you made an insight check to what that could mean. I don't know if you remember what the results of that insight check were.
If I remember right, it was the creating or building like a town or a nation.
Sort of. You're very, very close. The image that the vision you were granted was that you would have a deciding hand in who was to lead a nation. The image was of you holding a king, holding a crown, and raising it up, but like up and forward as if to put it on someone's head. But you didn't see who. It was like a silhouette, like a vague blurred shape of a person. But the insight check you made revealed that at some point the decision of who leads a nation, whichever nation it may be, could be heavily weighted by your hand.
Right.
So as you do this whole "my liege," and Kernan kind of like rolls his eyes and steps into the room, you have that.
I kind of reach out and like grip Kiernan's forearm.
Mm-hmm.
I just remembered something about that vision.
Oh.
I was moving the crown like this. Like I was putting it on something.
So what, you're going to crown someone?
Like, I am a very big factor in someone becoming a ruler. Yeah.
Maybe if you kiss Kojata enough, she'll let you put the crown on her head.
Kiernan, you know that was like, I don't think it meant anything to Eleiyon, first of all, and second of all, I have never really done the dating thing before, so I don't know if I can go around kissing more people.
I've never dated anybody either.
Aren't you and Sheila are dating though right now?
Yeah, probably for the rest of my life.
Yeah. So
Sometimes you're lucky, I guess, but I mean, you never know.
yeah, but what do I do?
Well, generally what I find is that you're supposed to talk to the person, and then you say to them, "Hey, I like your face," and then they say, "That's grand, because I like yours too." And then oftentimes after that, there's a riotous amount of smooching.
Right.
And then after the smooching's done, well, when two people care about each other very, very much, they often they often embrace in a special way.
Kiernan, I am a doctor. I do know about that part of.
Oh, right, okay, cool. Well, then after that, generally, things just handle itself, apparently.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Kiernan, for your profound advice and your help with this. She kind of gestures to all the gifts around.
He looks around and he goes, "All these got sent to Eleiyon."
No, they are for Logan and Koljata's wedding, which is what the king brought a gift for. So it should be in this room.
Ah, right, okay, cool.
Because
right.
Eleiyon said all the gifts for the wedding are supposed to be coming here.
Right. And you want me to find out which one it is?
I can go get Eleiyon to help you because looks like a lot, and I still haven't even made an official appearance to the party, and I have to go do that, and I have to go let Logan know about everything.
He puts his hand on his chest, and as he does it, there's the little the kind of leafy tattoos he has on his hand. They kind of glimmer a bit as he's going to use his divine sense. And he walks over from his divine sense, and he just... That one right there. And it's a small box, maybe about... how do I show him? Oh, exactly. There we go. Come out. Come here. There we go. About yay big. Also, for the Queen, if anybody likes really funky card games. Very good game. Aye, about that big.
Okay. How do I get rid of it?
I have no idea. I don't know what it is. I can just tell it's, Haggy.
Right. Okay. Idea. I take the silver tops to dinner trays?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take one and I'm gonna put it over that gift.
Okay.
You guard this. I will go relieve Eleiyon of socialization duties.
Okay.
Because I still have to make an appearance and do all of that stuff. And I will put out an act of trust to our other friend, the king.
Alright, well I guess I will just stay here and wait for you to come back.
Eleiyon should be here soon. Actually, here. I'm just gonna cast Sending.
Okay.
Hey, me and Kieran may have found it. So, also, I kind of broke him out. We're in your room, yay! I have to go get ready for the party, so if you could come up here and, help guard this very magic item. Thanks.
I don't even respond, I just... onto the balcony.
What the
Carolyn just kind of sees you as you land and just hi there.
You should be in chains.
Well, they weren't my colour.
What happened to you need to be honest and see your responsibilities through?
It was highlighted to me that this is me seeing my responsibilities through.
Look to Reverie. How
Reverie
hard
is
did
red
you
in the
ask?
face, not looking at Ellie.
Oh, God.
Oh, in the spirit of honesty, she doesn't want to look at you because she kissed you.
I have to go get ready for the party. Bye!
She's doing that because she now finds it awkward.
It was a friendly dare.
Oh, it was a dare! Oh, jeez,
Yeah.
I gave her some really bad advice.
She said, you've done such a good job, I could kiss you. And I said, well, you either say psych or you have to follow through with it. And she made her decision.
Oh, that's entirely different!
Exactly. I would do that with you.
I have sent her out. Listen, don't you threaten me with a good time. Also, I have sent her out with
Mister.
some really, really... What?
Mister, you are taken.
I know. That's why I can goad, but you can't do shit. I've sent her out there with some really bad advice, by the way. Like, there was no context given.
What did you say?
Oh, I basically told her that, well, if she's going to be going about smooching you, then, there should be a bit of trust extended. And, they should be giving you a bit of a break, because of the whole, breaking your oath thing and that.
Yeah, giving up my entire life since 7 years old.
Exactly, casting your soul into a dark bottomless pit where there's very little chance of it ever coming out of. That whole shenanigans. And, well, that. And that was all based on the idea of there being some kind of, emotional connection there. But if it was a dare, it's entirely different.
Well, why would there be, an actual thing? I'm, the worst possible bachelor in the list of suitors.
Does the self-deprecation usually get you laid? Or is it, just a new thing you're trying?
I don't know how to tell you this, but no matter my approach, I don't seem to have much success anyway.
Should try just being yourself, by the way, lad.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, step 1, find out who the fuck you are. Listen, he's going to point to the silver dome, the present thing that is, Hag touched is under there.
I pick up the cloche, because there is a name for it, not the top of the dish thing.
Okay, Mr. Fancy Pants.
I didn't know what it was called. I'm so sorry. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of very random
fancy
words.
Pants, Rich Mickey over here. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
That thing.
He points at it. It's like I said, it's a small box like this size. It's got a wee bow tied on it. He's like, yep, that's it.
Why don't we just chuck it over the balcony?
Don't know if that'll work. Most Hag things are kind of hard to break.
But how can it... It can't move.
I don't know. What if it's got a timer attached to it or something?
Then it will do whatever it needs to do deep in the ocean and not in my bedroom.
I mean,
maybe it'll possess a fish. I don't know.
If you want to try it, go ahead, but Reverie told me to wait here and watch it, and that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, but Reverie also told you that didn't tell you that it was a dare. So clearly Reverie doesn't know everything.
I would like to point out, Reverie gave Kiernan all the context. Eleiyon is intentionally withholding all context.
I would like to point out to you that he was given no context.
This is the boys' talk. Leave it alone. We're very similar people, Kiernan, right? At least I like to think so. Not in the lying and two-faced and debauchery ways.
You use a lot more big words than I do, and I definitely don't think you could swing an axe like I do.
They're too
Other
heavy.
than that, yeah.
They're way too heavy for them to be practical.
Don't have to be practical if you get them with one shot.
That's what he said.
Hey-o.
Relationships are weird, and I'm not trying to therapize on you or verbalize my emotions. This is really strange. Let's deal with this first.
Okay. How do we deal with it?
Well, I would say we just hit it. I don't think that would work.
Can you still smite?
Yeah.
Try smiting it.
Are hags susceptible to being smitten?
Don't know, I've never tried to chat one up, but I can try it if you like.
I knew a joke like that was coming. I knew it. The second I heard it, it's like someone's gonna make a dating joke.
If you find a very good looking one, I can do it for you.
Nah, you're all right. I'm good with the love of my life. I mean, do you think it would work if we just, smack the shit out of it?
No. But I don't also just want to leave it here, because if it's been put in the gift room on purpose to be in a gift room, why would we leave it in the gift room?
Okay, so then what do you want to do?
Find inner peace, move to a place that doesn't have problems, live the rest of my life in probable seclusion with enormous amounts of wealth and fame.
Okay, what do you want to do that's possible right now?
Eat.
Oh my god, you're right. It is Flynn Rider.
I'll order room service. We'll put the cloche back on.
Okay. So, you send a guard to get a servant. The servant comes back. You guys order food. Reverie, you made your way back downstairs, yeah, to kind of show face at the party.
Yeah, she does a quick run into her room to just pull her hair out of the thing, shake it out, and be dressed somewhat presentably, and then has bolted into the party.
Okay. And Aria, you're still outside at this point, enjoying the celebration with everybody else, yeah?
Yeah, but I did have one tiny thing I'd want to do as I'm like, just being amongst people, enjoying, celebrating. I'd like to cast Ascending to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if it's going to work at all, but just in case we're on the same plane.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Ascending to Zotali. Because we're on a romance kick here, apparently.
Okay, hold on a moment. There's rules to be followed with that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I need you to roll me a D100.
Oh, okie dokie. Should I say the sending first or nah?
Roll the D100 first.
Okay, that's the one with the doubles, right?
So the one with 2 digits is your tens, and the one with the single digits is your units. So
right.
You roll both of
I always
them.
get those confused.
You roll
Okay.
both of them.
Actually, I'm actually gonna use my Fey dice because this feels like Bismillah. Okay, so I rolled 8 and a 0.
So 8-0 on the double digits.
8-0 on the double digits, and then a 0 on the single digits.
Okay. You may tell me you're sending.
Hey, Zotali. In case on the same plane, I'm happy we met. Won't be the last. I'll play a song just for you. Promise. Fondly, Aria.
There's no answer back. But you definitely feel that the message was received. Is there anything else you would like to do there, Aria?
Just so I'm aware of the time, it's still like relatively kind of afternoony, early in the day, so.
Oh no, it's verging into early evening. Sun is setting.
Okay, I'll find my friends later, but for now, I'm just gonna feast on the banquet of life, imbibe in some drink, dance with people, talk, and just live as in the spirit of my Aunt Lorelei.
Okay.
Just have fun. Feeling very at peace.
Then in that case, that's where we'll wrap for today. Or, well, I will give you an after credit scene.
We haven't had one of these in a while.
Aria, from where you are outside, there's the briefest moment where it's almost like a pressure in your ears. Like You know, like when your ears just start playing a high-pitched ringing noise and you feel that little bit of pressure a couple of seconds before it happens?
Mm-hmm.
Reverie, as you enter the banquet room, you can see that the King of Spring is here, and he has a very, very worried look on his face as he talks to a couple of guards, Spring guards. And then you feel that pressure in your ears. Eleiyon, when you and Karen are standing there, you know, chatting away while waiting for the food to arrive, you're going to feel quite an intense pressure in your ears. And then Eleiyon and Karen will hear it first. Then it'll be Reverie, and then it'll be Aria, as it turns into a high-pitched whistling. As that high-pitched whistling intensifies, Aria, to you, it'll be incredibly noticeable. Eleiyon, to you and Kiernan, it will also be incredibly noticeable. Reverie, you won't see anything, but you will certainly hear. From Eleijon's room, on the balcony, which is, again, very easy to spot from where you are, Aria, there is a sudden pulse of green and white. And the sound of a high-pitched wailing shriek. Eleiyon, you are not familiar with what the sound is. However, it chills you to your core. Even with that core being all oath broken and stuff, chills you right to your very centre. As that scream happens, Reverie, inside the ballroom, you see two people immediately drop to the ground. One of them being Kojata. She goes pale, her hand clutches at her chest, and she drops to the ground. The other one being Logon, who does the exact same thing. They fall to the ground unconscious. That high-pitched wailing scream eventually comes to an end, and it filters off into a cackle. Sorry, you would see a third person drop to the ground as well. The King of Spring also drops to the ground. Pale and body tense, rigid. Reverie, based on your medical knowledge, I will say it's as if they've all went into sudden cardiac arrest. Eleiyon and Kiernan are close enough, but we will leave this for the next session. But that blinding green and white flash comes with a sudden force, throwing you backwards. Being honest, would you be standing closer towards the balcony or towards the door? Because I'm going to roll it for Kiernan just to be on the safe side.
I'd say balcony because I came from the balcony.
That's fair. Okay, cool. Apparently Kiernan has somehow manoeuvred round to be standing next to you. So when we begin, you will both be making your choice, dex or strength saving throws. As that wailing scream comes from that little box. And that is where we will wrap today's session.
Oh, fuck.
Thanks for everybody that came to see us today. Thank you for those who subscribed over on the YouTube channel. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to my players. Now, how are we all for next session? That would be the 10th.
Yeah.
Always good.
All good?
Always good.
So, we're going to move, we'll be on for the 10th. I'm not sure if we'll have Ash back with us, but we will definitely keep in contact with them. And we'll be able to let you guys know. If you like what you've seen here today, do go and check out all of our social medias. We are World Tree Quest over on everything. If you could, if you're going to check out any of them, please do go and check out the YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's all free. Please do it. It helps us out a hell of a lot. It would mean the world to us. Yeah, that's it from me. You can come and see my personal stuff at Son of Asgard on TikTok. If you see me do anything else, no you didn't. My mother's an Irish Catholic. There will be some kind of kitchen utensil based death. So I'm going to pass on over to my players now. Harry, anything you would like to plug at all?
I'm out here getting kid. That's it. I'm just
so
happy
for you.
I'm no longer a slave to the system.
Yay! Fight the power!
I'm out here getting my own sense of being.
Yay!
I'm a real boy.
I'm a real one. Liz, anything you would like to plug at all?
I'm out here kissing. No. You can check me out as Patron of Chaos on any and all social medias. If you like the sound of my voice, Brandon, I hope you've turned this down. It looks like he has. So if you like the sound of my voice and you like doing the sound of my voice doing sweet southern accents, then you can check me out on Dice at Tables podcast. We upload every other Tuesday, and we are a podcast that is dedicated to playing your favorite tabletop RPG role. I play Miss Cassia Devereaux, another fairy who is hellbent on returning home. I look forward to seeing you all there. We have a good time. There's lots of jokes, lots of laughs, and sometimes there's a song. So, feel free to grab your sweet tea and sit down on your porch and give us a listen. And I believe that is it.
And we're back. Hi there. Yeah, do go and check out Reverie and all those things that they do with that accent that they do. I'm going to pass on over to Khadija. Anything that you would like to plug there at all, Khadija?
Hello. If you want to see me play more D&D stuff, no you can't. I'm exclusively here at World Tree Quest for this campaign, although I might be joining something else in the future. We shall see, scheduling permitting. But if you want to check me out on other social media platforms, you can find me at Khadij Al-Kubra on most places, particularly Instagram, Twitter, Archive of Our Own. If you like to read fan fiction, I write some really good ones. And a lot of them are hella gay, which is perfect for Pride Month.
Hella gay.
But mostly you can find me on TikTok, where I am best known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. If you like wholesome fantasy, tavern core, kind of like content, as well as having really good book recommendations shoved down your throat, I'm the guy you go to. And particularly, I've got a bunch that I plan on recommending for Pride this month. So check it out.
Do go and check them all out, and also remember to go and check out Ash Howard Music for our lovely Ash and all their lovely social medias, and also go and check out our lovely fellows over on our two favourite channels besides our own. Go and check out Tales of Novum and all the amazing work they're doing over there, and also check out Dice and Autism every Wednesday. With the team over at New Rollis. Absolutely lovely and wonderful group of people, so go and check both those channels out as well. Other than that, then yeah, that's everything. Thanks for coming to see us, guys. If that's everything from my players, that's everything from me, so that's everything from us. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch. With me today we have had Just Harry, we've had Patron of Chaos, and we've had Khadij Al-Kubra. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, Don't put hag things in somebody else's room. They're not nice and they do bad things. Also,
and scream, apparently.
Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.